Next chapter is chapter 3. Let me take a good look at this. Okay. I'm just looking at all this stuff. Alright. Let me get the double screen going. I want the guide at the top and Twitch at the bottom. Usually I have Twitch at the top and the guide at the bottom, but I mix and match it. Let me hear my voice, see what's up with me. See if I still got some bass with it. Alright, what's up? So, I don't got rubber bands no more, so I got the pleasure of not having to deal with that shit, because that shit is... I'll admit, in the beginning I was pretty, like, on point with it, but towards, like, August I started getting, like, lazy with it, and the rubber bands were starting to stink. It was affecting my dental hygiene. It's because I wouldn't change them out every day. Instead, I'd just, like, wait for them to break and then change them out. Because a lot of them would, like, break anyway, so I didn't want to start wasting them. But now I don't gotta wear them for the next month. So I might book a dental appointment and stuff like that just to get this taken care of. So I gotta worry about rubber bands. I can do so much now. The rubber bands were such a commitment. When I was, out traveling, pops and shit like that, it was like I had to keep them in my pocket, keep thinking about them, like, what am I gonna do with these things? Gotta change them out every day. There's Dieter Kreuz up in the front. Maribel, I think that's Ellie McDowell. Okay, so Crossbow is like the most breaded up, like economically, highest GDP sector in all of Zemuria. I mean, if you play the Liberal games, you kind of get that impression because Liberal is kind of cheap with it. Erebonia is good, but Erebonia at this point is kind of old school. It's what the reactionaries would want. Essentially, just this place with the old power structure, nobility, and the commoners, and it's not modern in terms of how stuff is accrued and resources are developed. Calvert surprises me. I would have thought Calvert would be making all sorts of money, but maybe the refugee crisis is affecting them deeply. I remember playing that shit. I remember Farrell Fiasco said, yeah, fuck it, I ship him. When he saw that shit. I suck at Puyo Puyo. Like, Eggman's Mean Bean Machine, I don't get far with. I gotta man up and just look up how to really strategize that better. I like try to figure shit out like that on my own, but I did have to research externally to figure shit out anyway. This is what everyone wants to hear straight men say. Yeah, I get musicals. Okay, this is what I like so far. They're singing our praises now. Now that Grace isn't like saying shit propaganda about us. Oh, they still have a lot to learn. Their greenhorns, they suck at their job at the moment. They're not hopeful. Now that they motherfuckers giving us credit. Yeah, we stopped an assassination. That's a funny response. Yeah, Reddy's probably fucking your coworkers, so you don't gotta worry about him. I thought I had a loose tooth, but I'm glad that that's not the case. Yeah, it's not. It was just the rubber bands were creating friction and noise that made it seem like that. But it was the rubber bands that were moving and shifting, not my tooth. Because you're trying to fuck Randy's fiance, you're trying to TYB a motherfucker from the grave. I remember my younger brother used to say, yo, it's take your bitch season. Oh, shit.
女性ばっかりの集まりに野郎が邪魔するのもなんだしさ。というか、なんとなくイリアさんにいじられそうな気がする。遠慮することないよ。今日は付き合ってくれてありがとう。私も夕食には戻るつもりだから。ああ、わかったよ。タイミングが悪かった。もうちょっと兄貴みたいに。
You could have walked your ass to Elia's place at least. But she wants some dick. Come on. You're going to really talk about your sister like that? Like, yo, what are you talking about dick for? Come, stay hanging out with me, man. They're gonna both suck him off to make him feel better. That'd be fucked up. Let me not say some shit like that. Yeah, you already had the hangout and stuff like that. It's not like she stood you up. She just like decided to, she had somewhere else to be. Damn, they put Lloyd in the beta male zone. I hate when that happens to me, by the way. Just... Alright. Just like that, our first day is done. Alright, this is already starting to sound like better news for me, because I was getting sick and tired of all that bullshit in the prologue and chapters 1 and 2. Come on, let's hear some praises. They probably got Grace demoted to, like, they sent her to Carajo Land to focus on all the shit with Erebonia and Calvard, reporting foreign news. because the bad PR giving the SSS was like detrimental, and people were getting psyops like crazy.
ミシュラムあたりに遊びに来てるんだけどよ。ミシュラムというと、港湾区からの遊覧船で行けるテーマパークですね。ミッシーがマスコットとして働く。ミッシーって、あの猫のマスコットか。
They could have done better with that fucking mascot.
キャラは前から知ってるけど、テーマパークってのは3年前にはなかった。ミシュラムそのものは昔から保養地として知られていたけど、
Wellness resort.
パークができたのは2年くらい前だったかしら。
So for like fiends and shit like that to help them
そ
quit.
れ以来すごい人気らしいわね。
前に一度言ったけど、普段から人気のスポットだから。
なるほど。ちょっと興味深いです。
課長。とにかく最終日までの4日間は支援用何をどれだけやるかはリスナー毎日要請も更新されるだろうから、せいぜい楽しみにしとく。
さてと、場合によったらクロスベル市の外に足を運ぶ必要がありそうだな。ええ、そうね。アルモリカ村なんかは最近鉄道と飛行船以外にも陸
ってことは東西の門も。
ノエルさんたちも遊撃士の人たちはああ、俺たちもでもあまり根を詰めるとこちらの体力も持たない。依頼の緊急度を確かめながら。それもそうか。
ぼちぼちやっていく。
皆さん、あれね、またよろしく。
Okay, so our own Dr. Wahim Guncher here at St. Ursula Hospital has gone missing. Please hurry and help us find him. We expected illegal parking to be a problem during the anniversary festival. We'd like to enlist the aid of the SSS to... I'm not gonna say that name out loud, SSS. That's like Nazi squared, man, basically. Sus as hell, man. To celebrate the 70th anniversary, we decided to publish a visitor's guide that describes many famous places in Crossbell. We would like to request photographs be taken from runners. Alright. Search for lost item. Well, first things first, I want to take care of the combat thing first. I don't want this to be a situation where we don't get any combat in. Alright, bye. Let's see what we got. You got anything new? Let's see, you got... Let me see... Alright, I'll get 4 of those. Oh fuck, okay, so I don't have as much to just like spend and all that. Alright, let's see, what do you got, Brian Busta? We are Graham Chopper. I'm sure this will be a lot more prudent with higher defense, but let's head up downtown. Oh yeah, that's right, I should feed my pet. I think I did it last chapter as well, but if I didn't, I'm really F up, because that's handy for New Game Plus. Okay, this new town theme for the festival is kind of... it's kind of my thing. Okay, hold on, let me... So you don't exchange mirror? Well, this place is kind of on the ghetto side, so... I had to pronounce ghetto with the hard T. Like one of those corny ass comedians and shit like that. Lord help me, these children are ethnically challenged. I love Are We There Yet? That might be one of the first films that I like it more as an adult than as a kid. Alright, let's see. Equip. Look at this. I feel like I'm rocking with power now. Alright. They got goons here, man. Yeah, my right eye is really feeling it. Okay, so petrify, freeze, burn, sleep. Alright, let's see what course we can make. Okay, HP boost, let's see. That might actually be good. I feel like my setup is a little basic. So far it hasn't given me any problems. Okay, hold on. So let's see if I've been doing good as a fisherman. I did a lot of fishing in that quest, but I was just trying to get a certain thing. Look how six they're possibly going to face because of this festival. Sanitation gonna be pissed. Alright, let's see. Fishing. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I need to catch 3 more variants of fishes and I'll be good. I'm gonna be crystal. Okay, let's see, optional events, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, soulmate. And so what do I want to focus on first? I think I want to focus on trying to get the Okay, I'm gonna try and get the battle thing sorted out, so that'll be first step. Then we can get the missables. Okay, this is the quest. Well, at least we can get this quest started. I like this, they're speaking to us with respect. Okay. Okay. I hate this shit so much. My head is... Well, first let me get what I set out to do. Head's all mucusy, why not? It sucks that I gotta get a lot more U materials to upgrade my stuff, because it's gonna really limit who I can do it for, and I really don't want Ellie to lag behind in terms of damage. Although if it does happen, let me bless her with this. Really, you did not recover CP in between chapters? Like, what the fuck? Well, alright. Let me head to the eastern and western exits. Ah, man, you know that head is like super mucusy. I'm going through that right now. This is the infection. Shop till I drop. Oh man, I feel weird as hell now. Like my right eye is developing intense flare up of my sinus infection, and I feel mucusy, but not in a way that's conventional. Like I don't feel like a buildup of mucus that's coming out of me, but like it's just like stuck in me. Like it's not even in my, nasal cavity, which where it affects my breathing, just my circulation and shit. I wanted to talk to you. Hamburger, yeah, I know what a hamburger is. Alright, let's actually give this a try. Of course the guy who's out on the field is gonna know how to make this. Sesame oil. Nanika, like that shit. I did it finally. Alright. They all look like they're alright at this shit. Boiled fish, hot pot. Let me... Brilliant carrot. I am so sleepy right now. It's weird, man. It's like my body is fighting off something that at this point I should have like already beaten. Come on. You're the most unsure of yourself at making this shit. I could just raise how many times it tries it, but alright, this is the last chance. I could just like buy up a whole and all that, but I kind of want to keep my money so I can, and my mirror. Alright, let's see. In general, how's my recipe book filling out? There's 2 I haven't obtained yet. 1 here that's free total, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, that's pretty much what I already thought. This game feels more front-loaded with BS than back-loaded, which in a way is kind of good. Obviously, Chapter 3 is going to be like 4 days of stuff as opposed to the 2 days of fairs, so I might not be used to that.
さあ始めましょう。行くぜ。行くぞ。えいはっ。えい。そこ。
But aside from that,
そこです。
it seems the game is actually getting a bit more on a simple end now that we have a lot of characters set up already. And the game is starting to get over its telling an underdog story. Okay, you guys have proven yourselves. Like, people are starting to look at you guys better. That's the thing, if you like the underdog story, you probably like this game. But if you hate the way it's told, the way I do, then it's gonna fill you with frustration.
そこです。
Because it is just some contrived BS, man. There's a lot of underdog stories that I like because it really invests me in getting the MC to really prove themselves. I think the big thing is I'm constantly being told that I ain't shit compared to Bracer Guild.
そこです。
And the only thing I have to show for that is that, okay, Arios is kind of like strong as fuck.
そこです。俺の番だな。えいはっ。えい。そこ。
Okay, he got impeded.
よかった。
Okay, combat. I'm surprised I haven't gotten to the 500 yet. I guess if I played it like the way I did the first few chapters, I would have gotten it by now, because it's been a while since I was like in the 400s range.
そこです。
But I guess I am using the hotels now for CP instead of any of the other means of doing that.
そこです。そこです。
Alright, let's see, vehicle list code. I don't think I had to go all the way here. Well, the past few years, the lack of circulation I've been getting in my head has been like really a thing of frustration. And you don't really get good advice on this shit. You just get people saying you gotta work out, lift weights. It's like a band-aid solution.
そこです。
I remember on Reddit, like, I was looking at one of those tinnitus posts, and they said that so much research is put into getting people to just get over the condition that not enough resources have been put into researching how to help people who have this thing properly. And it reminds me of something that I saw from a YouTuber, a psychologist who used to talk about enmeshment and things of that nature. I'm gonna have to look up his name at some point, but I obviously can't at the moment since... But it's in the favorites of my YouTube channel, which has the same username. He was talking about how patients are often mentally healthier than psychologists or therapists they go to, because the therapist just wants them to be catatonic and not really aware of their own symptoms and discomforts, which is the opposite of mental health. Obviously, if something's wrong, you want to have your body react to it, your mind react to it, so that you can start the healing process. But if you're blind to your symptoms, then that's not going to happen. And I guess it's similar to with chronic disease and stuff like that. Doctors want you to get to a point where even if you have the disease, you just don't care. And that's what these like painkillers are. A lot of them don't actually even kill the pain, they just kill your ability to really respond to it. Like, you feel it, but you don't care. Alright, let's see. So there's a pink car I gotta examine. The Verne Company. Rhineford. I like the sound effects to let you know what the fuck you just did. Now, I'm gonna have to check to see what the violations are. Persons with cars that are parked without authorization will be fined accordingly. CZ. Six 422. Six 422. Okay, so I'm just supposed to look at stuff that doesn't have this label added and find it. That makes a lot of sense. Alright, let's see. CZ or... EW3100. CZ. Greetings, books. CZ3. So it already seems like we got a match with this one. Yeah, alright, so the puzzle is not that tricky. That sound effect is so satisfying. Okay, so that one is just, go to a list. If the car is not on the list, then find it. Alright. Getting sleepy as hell, man. Yesterday I wanted to go to sleep at 7 p.m. because of the ortho appointment and going on that walk. All of that kind of wore me down, but I ended up not doing it because I ended up having a session with someone else where I was trying to like help them out with hypnosis and get them feel good. Afterwards, I just kind of like did a bunch of dumb stuff. I watched a little bit of Trails from Zero, which is kind of a goal I have now. Just watch all of that since it'll mean I'm kind of done with all the stories in the series. Trails the Third, Trails in the Sky the Third, Sora no Kiseki Free. Third chapter. A lot about it is to my liking already. Alright. Yeah, duplicate ID. That is suspicious behavior. It's kind of like SIM swapping and things of that nature. Okay, so someone got an extra license plate copy just so they can avoid getting charged for shit. Alright. Those are some interesting money moves, but for now I gotta go fish, so I got fish to catch. You know what I find funny is that it gets to the St. Ursula medical facility, you gotta really go to the hood almost. Well, Station Street, actually, but whatever. I want to get free types of fish, upgrade my rank. The name of my game right now is just collect 3 fish and then I'll be Crystal. I really get the impression that a lot of these Kiseki games actually do want you to play them twice over. So they add these little things to give a replay value, like New Game Plus and these like trophies that require you to play the game again to achieve these things. Of course, the being consumable largely, but so many people just play these games once. I found like a data thing that talks about comparing Japan, Europe, and the United States, North America to a bunch of things. Turns out that the average European gets 12 platinums, the average Japanese person gets 13, and the average American gets 1 platinum. Americans also spend the most, buy the most games, but play them the least, like, amount of time. Which I find interesting because it makes a lot of sense when I look at play habits in gamers, well, American gamers. Europeans are actually pretty close to Japan in many of these regards. Which is, they buy a bunch of stuff, but then they don't invest a lot of time into it. Probably because they buy them in bulk on sales and things of that nature. And they get bored after 30 minutes if the game's an acquired taste. I think the Japanese and the Europeans, they don't want to waste. They have like this scarcity mindset. Or rather, they just want to fully experience the games that they play, and that's what gets them to do all this stuff. I mean, I got the platinum on Bloodstained yesterday, and it required a bit of thinking on my part and a bit of looking things up, but I was able to do it, and you know, for what it's worth, it was a game that deserved me getting the platinum. I think Final Fantasy IX's platinum is like terrible, because you know the jumping rope stuff. People cheat on that one, so that's one thing. But the 10,000 battles thing, I don't know where that came from. That's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I've dodged a bunch of lightning bolts, but this is another level of ridiculous. I do want to eventually get the platinum, but that'll be in a future where I can play Final Fantasy IX at my leisure and stream that game, because I do think that Final Fantasy IX is definitely a game that's worth streaming. I know there's just crazy gaps in like Final Fantasy games that I've let's played and streamed. Alright, let's start the fishing. 7, 8, 9. I haven't done the PS1 trilogy. That's crazy to me. Okay, let's throw some roe. Banana. Come on, I know you got something. What about red flies? Alright, then I guess we'll go a little deeper in. Alright, let's do this right now. Okay, I got a trout, so let me check my recipe list. Fishing, actually. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that was a good haul. Kasagin. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Let me get out of here. Alright. We out of here. Actually, is there anyone worth speaking to in St. Ursula? Okay, yeah, there is. So let me talk to her. Second floor. Why are we out here? It's the staircase. What, there've been gang fights and shit like that? Damn. Really Goonsher. Why'd you want to fuck like that dude? He looks like me. Ugh. Hello, how was your day conversation? It's whatever flavor text. Strangely enough, nothing with Shizuka, so I guess they're saving her for another time. But you know, I got fish to catch, so Tangram Gate, IBC. Aside from the usual suspects, this is actually pretty simple. Like, most of these don't involve me leaving the city. These, like, flavor texts that popped up. The Final Fantasy VII Remake Twitter page has been kind of going crazy with the image drops lately for Crisis Core Remastered. They really want to promote that game in a low budget sort of way, no heavy resources and no complex editing, just stuff to let you know, hey, this is how the game's gonna be. If you want, you can get it. I like it, man, but again, right now I've been having a kick for playing the PS1 games. I really want to do that. I've been researching how to make my Final Fantasy VII inevitable playthrough like this unique thing. I don't think I'll have it in time for next year, but the year after, definitely, because it's a worthwhile pursuit. Anyway, let me mute my mic because I actually got a stomach ache and I got the shits, so I'll be back in 5 seconds. Alright, so I got to recharge my controller a little bit and take a heavy shit. I guess I have fiber in my diet to help, you know, get that stuff the fuck up out of there. I made myself a quick breakfast, but it was like low fiber, yogurty, you know, hyper absorbed stuff. Now I can't sit down because that was a hemorrhoid type shit. I done fucked my anus up. I bet if the doctors looked at my ass, they would think that I was like, you know, doing some gay stuff. No, I'm not. I'm not doing no gay stuff. I'm just shitting real hard. People gonna think I'm like taking D. No, I'm taking D, man. I'm just hyper absorbed on this shit. I want to get as much stuff as possible, so I'm gonna run through a bunch of enemies. Mine just feels worthy of getting a platinum on my end. Whereas, you know, I'm close to getting the platinum on 10. I just have to beat Unalesca again. Which, I've said that so many times, I sound like a broken record. 9, you have to annoying shit to get the platinum. It's a pain in the ass type of game, but I don't know why they decided to make it like that. They could have had the thing a bit more reasonable, but no, they decided, you know what, we want you to suffer a little bit for this platinum. It feels like 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all deserving of a platinum on my end. Because those are like the best in the series, so anything less than that feels like a disservice to them. Like, I know it's just a trophy, but come on, why wouldn't I ask for the best? So I was looking through my Fediverse platform and talking about this on Fediverse and Twitter, but some of the predictions that I gave on what would happen in NYC, well, the one prediction I said that 4 of the 5 boroughs, basically everything except Satin, would collapse under like the stress of all all the things that have been happening to shut down the bubble and the oncoming economic crisis. I said that in the summer of 2021. I also said all the women who've been flirting with me during the lockdown were probably going to start looking for my ass. That hasn't happened. And that the WWE would be dead next year. And obviously Vince's career is done, but the WWE has persisted. And these were like ridiculous theories that I made that sounded plausible, but what I will say though is that Manhattan is a place I've only visited 7 times this year. That's a record low. And maybe 2020 I had lower because nah, I couldn't have because I had 2 round trips there. But like a lot of people are abandoning YouTube to go to other platforms. A lot of people are abandoning Manhattan now, especially people who run small businesses. It's not worth it to operate in that area. You know what would be boss on if you could get S-Craft cancels in this game, in this series at some point. Just cancel the S-Craft, lose all the CP, but then decide to do something else besides the S-Craft, like a spell or something like that. I feel so... Alright, let's see. I don't know why my phone was upside down. Okay, let's... So, 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so I gotta actually... come back here at a later time because I need to do a little more first. You know, I saw like a big portion of the stream was just me recovering from having the shits. Oh man. Now 9's gonna be an interesting one because the way I play 9 is not dramatically different from how everyone else plays them, except maybe the way I fight Ozma and how I have mastered, I guess, the ATB system, the Q system, to really like finesse the shit out of that game. But I do want a nice casual run through of that game where I can get some of those trophies that I've missed. Crossbow City. It's terrible, man. The jumping rope thing, the 10,000 battles, all of that is like terrible. Someone said that 1,000 battles would be more reasonable, even 2,000, and I agree, because most JRPGs you never do more than 1,000. Well, let me rephrase that. Most of them you do actually do like 1,000, but that's like if you're grinding like crazy. It's usually like high 700s. 1,000 is, you were doing some super boss shit. You were trying to be a completionist before you wrapped up your playthrough. Casually, it's like 700. If I do end up streaming Final Fantasy IX, is it more worthwhile for me to do it for the Excalibur? Yeah, something is phasing in and out of that shit. That's an interesting glitch that we just saw. I saw some interesting glitches on my Bloodborne playthrough that I might want to like share. When I was doing my usual grind, Murgo's Loft and whatnot. Alright, let's see. Said fucking Wawa. This lady be having me dead. Landlord saw my... I wonder what happened to my leggings. Anytime there's some like tech shit, they gotta play this track. Like Like, I associate this with Jonah Sacred, but it's actually a little more than just that. Yeah, it's kind of a popular trope. The commanding presence, Asian woman character. Well, not even Asian woman, but like, character written for the Asian audience. A woman with a commanding presence, like super commanding. Like, she straight up said some Sigma male ass shit. Now, y'all can continue working, but I'm gonna just post her off of y'all. In a way, that's like raw as fuck. Like, I can't even hate, man. That's some real shit. Look at all this stuff I'm trying to get out the way. I'm actually being more inefficient in how I play than usual. I'm not a train fanatic, but I like running trains. Oh, I see. That was one of the other ones. Ah, shit. Okay, so she was actually there. That's pretty interesting. Like, people have been flirting with the idea in Nihon making that game, but the first two Sora no Kiseki games, and, introducing Ellie, kind of an interesting touch. Just as a PC. Although it'd be kind of in weird continuity them to run into each other and not remember each other, even though it's only been 2 years. Although a stranger's face is easy to forget. Harbor talks to Emma. Okay, let's see. Just find all the women and talk to them, because I have no idea who the fuck Emma is. I don't remember that name. Anson and Ricky. Those dudes I do recognize. Oh, it's my favorite characters in the game. That's cool. I'm not trying to talk to your ass. Okay, that's Anton and Ricky, yeah. Alright, cool, cool. What kind of name is Kunha? I'm gonna say that name all the time now because I've asked that question. I'm gonna realize that half my family members are called Kunha. Oh, nice line right there. I guess there's always other spots I can look for. Yeah, they would have killed the Imperial faction if you wrote a piece on them. Well, actually, Imperial faction is in the guys that are like down with the Imperial, Erebonians and Crossbow. Alright, so she's coming through. She's not gonna do as much hit pieces on us. I do like the photo side quests in those games. Okay, let's see, go to... So where is this Emma lady? Yeah, the pain at my left eye, no, it's my right eye that's going through it is like ridiculous. I mean, it hasn't affected my vision, but... Okay, so he's doing that thing like people who suck at a game do, where they rage at other people. You're making me lose. I don't know, I do the same thing with fucking Jackson, so I shouldn't be talking. What if it's over here in Hayua? They keep their doors locked, man. Like, we ain't really down with this shit. Oh, no wonder I couldn't recognize her. She had that weird ass hairstyle. I make all this effort to like talk to him, and by the time I get to him, it's like I don't even care. Oh. Look at how ubiquitous she is. Okay, Mark's Bakery. He's just a fastidious dude. I mean, look at the way he looks. He looks like Ignis. And Ignis epitomizes fastidious. Okay, let's see. Legal parking crackdown. The many famous views of Crossbow. Did this guy forget a quest, or does he not want me to do it? Oh. So important item retrieval. Light popcorn. Well, I guess we should finally stop putting it off. I'm ready to get some static. Alright, let's see. Items. Okay. Alright, this is bad. Alright, let's see. Alright, this will help me with my trophy. Craft, Stonebreak, Compede. Oh, that's too fast. Oh, that explains it. Alright. I think that cures blind. Probably something with a bunch of carrots in it. A latte. That's right, get that free CP anyway. Craft.
きます。ドライブ開始。
よし。させるか。
お返しよ。任せて。
Okay, so she's not doing gimme heals no more, so... Alright, Ricuria.
俺の番だな。ありがとう。行くぞ。させるか。
行きます。
Okay, I can't poach that crit, so I'm gonna have to...
エニグマ駆動。お返しよ。任せて。
Alright, okay, craft...
行くわよ。食らいなさい。お返しよ。
行くぜ。ほらよ。よし。
What do I want with you? You got impeded, alright, so... Might as well make yourself useful, craft. Art. Let's speed blitz you. hell no.
私の番です。
Let me get the drink. What was it? The vanilla.
それ。任せて。
任せてくれ。
Let's try to get it up.
俺の番だな。
はい。そこです。
よし。させるか。はあ。
さてと。そこ。
行くぜ。
Come on, I'm trying to milk out as much impedes as I can. Keep it coming.
行きます。そこです。
任せてくれ。えいっと。
さてと。行くわよ。食らいなさい。お返しよ。
俺の番だな。はっ。俺の番だな。はっ。
はい。
よし。えいはっ。
ええ。そこ。
俺の番だな。はっ。おっしゃ。いい感じだぜ。
やったわ。
Okay, so we finessed the shit out of that fight. That was actually a really good one. Hey, yo, Jonah, was you gonna deal with that? That shit was right next to your room. Shit, that could have been the end of your shit. What was you gonna do about that monster? That would have been probably easier if I had better gear on me, but I don't. I'm curious if this like xanthelasma is what's causing this pain. Okay, so we got Stregas, and normally this is what I prioritize. I mean, I think we can handle being under-equipped. Nah, let me... So if I didn't have enough health problems to worry about, now I got my fucking right eye possibly being affected by my xanthelasma. You know, I can take the loss in strength. Like, that's a perk that you get in chapters for improving your shit. But like, your overall stats, even if you lose like some side stats, are usually way more important. I'm gonna get weird shit later on in this chapter that's gonna make up for everything, but for now I gotta worry about staying alive. Okay, Belgard Gate. So Tangren Gate protects us from Calvert and I guess Belgard to fucking Erebonia, which Erebonia is sus as fuck, so I don't really blame him.
任せろ。一気に行くぞ。よしせいはっ。まだまだいける。
Okay, the chitinous shell. I can use that for... Not this, I can use this for this.
よし問題
To this day, I haven't looked up what that means. This is one of those things where I'd ask like chat to do it for me, but as I've already learned, a lot of you guys don't know how to Google.
よしやるか。
よしこれならなんとか大成功ね
We did it. We did it, Joe. Look at that. I finessed that shit right there. I need to exercise or do something so like deal with all this chronic inflammation. But the thing is, exercising when you have like sinus infections is the worst feeling ever. Cause you mild shit, like physically this doesn't take me to my limit, but the sinus infection actually like makes it super discomforting. I don't be using the buses for shit.
なんとかなったわね
行くぜ。俺の番だな。えいはっ。これが俺たちの力だ。
そこです
行くぜ。はっ。チャンスだ。よし畳みかけるぞ。よし上出来だ。
そこです
おっしゃ。はっ。チャンスだ。よし畳みかけるぞ。 よし上出来だ。
Yeah, everyone's sick and tired of tourists, and I can understand because I'm a New Yorker and I hate how tourists be acting. But then again, tourists hopefully are wising up. It's good. Some GTA stuff. They done lost the key to a fucking tank. All it takes is one dude to be like, hey yo, I caught this shit. Boot gang. Alright, let's see. So this one is actually on the simple end. There's no bonus points or anything I gotta consider. Okay, so check where I least expect it. Okay, we'll pull up to the eatery and ask all the motherfuckers eating there what they think. a little kid ass statement when you wake up in some place that's not your crib. I remember this lady said that she had this type of like schizophrenia thing where she would actually just like wake up not knowing where she is or who she is a lot of the times. It was like sometime in 2020, I think. I haven't seen that lady in months though. I can get some change for turning that in. It's been a couple months since I last saw her. She kept getting banned on Twitter because she would just message people like racial slurs. I'm like, yo, you gotta chill with that. That shit is, it's not 2015 anymore. It's not 2016. These Latinas and Italian chicks always want to start with, you know, the queen with the culture. Yep. I remember seeing the guns in person in the Cold Steel games. That shit was heat. A place that can't be reached. Like, what if he yeeted it above him? Oh, I recently saw her feet pics. I'm like, oh, this shit is actually pretty good. Well, her feet video. She was like annoying the shit out of her cat with like tapping on the cat with her feet and shit like that. You know what I think about Randy's player-ish like characterization is that it reminds me a lot of, ironically, Steve Urkel. Like, he has that Steve Urkel Jazzy Jeff game. I mean, he's never gotten yeeted out of any place to my recollection for it, but that's because Uncle Phil ain't there. That's the thing. You got the women who they just straight up sexually assault each other in this series, in the crossbow games. But then you got motherfuckers like Randy, who their idea of being a player is acting like a fucking nerd. So I don't think he's actually trying to smash these women, because that type of flirting that he does is the same type of flirting I do when I'm actually not interested in the girl. And the type of flirting women do when they're not actually interested in me. It's like so goofy that it's not legit. She just boomed everybody. Yesterday I saw my homie from way back, big homie Mike and shit like that, but a couple hours after that his Twitter finally got suspended, so I knew that was gonna be, but he's saying the same shit he always does, so his welcome presence on the internet just because narrative straight returned everything in 2020 form. But already, like, some of my homies I made that unreleased video about, they started getting on his case, talking about how he's a fake, how he's a fraud because of his marital status, his previous marital status, and his old political views, and they just couldn't let go of in time. Like, that's why I made that video. One of the reasons why I used to make that video back in the day, 2013, talking about how people should really drop their libertarian views if they want to be a part of our big camp, because shit like this, if you still carry some degree of libertarianism in these like dissident type circles with like political dissent, it's completely disreputable now. So I was a little ahead of the curve on that, but the way I articulated it, it was one of those things where either you agreed with it already or you didn't, or you were kind of already on the fence and I sparked inspiration. But the point is, he understands and fully accepts that people aren't going to like him and respect him because of some of these things, but that was at least one thing that we're here. He could have prevented that shit just by shedding some of his old views quickly, because I remember when I started in these circles, I still had my anarchist, anti-statist beliefs, and I had to shed that when I realized, after going through an experience with the police, that your old beliefs will hold you back in your relationships. Having like ideology in general is gonna hold you back in your relationships, because you're gonna look at everything through the lens of an ideology that might not be relevant to your life situation anymore. Like, your creed cannot be something that's all-encompassing. It has to be attached to who you are as a person. It can't be like a dogma. That's what happens. Like, people develop an identity around a set of beliefs, and it fucks them up in life. I mean, the homie who kind of like came at me for that and then later became more understanding, he's in prison for life because he took, his beliefs of voluntarism to a wild degree where he became R. Kelly-ish guy to his own family. And I was like, I feel bad for the dude, but at the same time, I always feel a sense of disgust for him now, and the fact that he's never going to get out of prison is tragic. The fact that his family is going to grow up scarred for life is tragic, and I know it was something that was eating at him for decades before he even had, years before he even had a kid. So it's super tragic what happens when we let beliefs become so all-encompassing that they metastasize into something that harms us. And then we end up fucking people close to us, ruining our relationships. He ruined his relationship with a lot of people, by Big Homie. going back to the old meta just by not letting go of his past commitments, his past relationships, his past belief systems in time for this next phase in life. And that's tragic and stuff like that, but I still feel like he's a welcome presence, and discourse on Twitter is slowly starting to get better. It's slowly starting to return to form, because the return of all those guys, even if it was short-lived, reignited a fire in a lot of us where we want to talk about things that actually matter. And that's not something you can really take away from any of us.
それでは、お疲れ様でした。報告はでは。
Alright, well, let me go back to doing some fishing for a little bit. That's one thing I will be sentimental about, is I don't like how some of the guys that I relate to and respect the most fucks with each other. They're so competitive that the most minor difference will lead to a purity spiral, and it'll make me feel more unsafe in the company of people who I mostly agree with than people who I usually don't. And that kind of makes me want my old content to be published again, but I just look sickly in that, so if I want to make more content, I gotta do it again now that I'm looking a little bit better and just ready to produce some work on YouTube, that is. But a lot of people are reticent about staying on YouTube. Battery, so let me go ahead and charge it up. That's not something I'm going to play with. As much as I want to go back on my YouTube shit, it's like there's no room for that in my current life, where I have things set up. I don't even plug my Twitch on YouTube.
チャンスだ。よし、畳みかけるぞ。よし、上出来だ。任せろ。
So far, the beginning of chapter 3 doesn't seem like it's that long, because it seems like we're not going to be dealing with many inciting incidents. Whereas the first 3 chapters were all about inciting incidents.
俺の番だ。せい、ディア。
This one is just them trying to give you a little bit of a break, because they gave you 3 chapters of being dogs straight, so here's a chapter where people are like, you know, we're going to be a little nicer to you. In some ways, I'm glad for that short lift on the band waves, but again, it was short-lived, and all those guys ended up getting rebanned anyway. But it was refreshing to be able to see some old faces again, and just know that everything is still alive somewhere else. I wonder if there's a place where I can fish around here. So Tangram Gate it's just not happening, boo. Not gonna be able to find like a fishing spot here. What about near our Armoric village? I want to see if I can get something down there. Alright, let's see. By the way, that Naruto Sasuke Retsuden manga adaptation, it makes me want to get a Naruto Retsuden or like the rest of the Retsuden series, because them shits is bossed on. I really do like them. Is it still blocked? Yeah, it's still blocked. It's blocked just like my cock. Anyway. I think if they were a bit more wise with it, they should have probably just adapted 2 Retsuden novels so we can get double the Retsuden stuff with these guys who know how to do Kishimoto's style, or even a permutation of it correctly.
ま、こんなもんかな。
Alright, so we got something interesting out of that. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Alright, I can turn that in. That's 12. I'm gonna head over here. It's like a taste of that old school Kishimoto, not even just Masashi, but even Saishi stuff. Alright, let's see. Residential district, back alley, central square, East Street, administrative district. Where do I want to go? Let's see. I want to go to East Street, so let me head there. Turn in all the fishes and then begin the main story, the inciting incident. Yep. Second class fisher. $16, alright, so just 4 more. Excuse me. So yeah, you can't really like leave crossbow through the hood. That makes sense. I was about to say, in my head I'm like, you gotta go through the hood to get out of here. Nope. They made sure. Station Street, not downtown. You don't gotta go through a gang fight on your way to go back to the crib and shit like that. Alright, let's see. Let me go this way. So I gotta deal with Gunter's crazy ass. I'm surprised by how well I'm going through this. Because I guess the meat and potatoes is going to be chapters, the later parts of chapter 3. Good afternoon, Sarah. Support request you submitted. Oh, support section. I'm glad you could stop by. Is something the matter? Yes. We're here because one of the St. Ursula's doctors went missing, right? You seem awfully calm for a situation like this. Well, I wouldn't call it calm exactly. I think exasperated is more accurate. Exasperated? Could you clarify the details of your request? There seems to be a misunderstanding over how severe we each consider a missing persons case to be. Yes, I should probably explain.
The doctor in question is a man named Wahim Gunter. Dr. Gunter is, well, despite an expert in his field, he sometimes disappears at the most inconvenient times. Dr. Gunter, wasn't he the man with blue hair and glasses that we met before? And by missing, you really meant the guy's playing hooky? If we're being blunt, yes. The hospital still has a lot of things left on its plate, so we are quite at a loss without him. I see. So, the real heart of the matter is that you don't know where the doctors went off to. Yes, unfortunately, that's exactly right. I'm sorry, everyone. It might have been irresponsible for me to write the request like I did, gone missing and all that. Yeah, you clickbaited the shit out of you. I hate people like that. A lot of times it's women be doing that shit where they'll say something and it makes you feel like something has happened to someone, but it's actually not that dramatic. Like, my mom does that shit all the time and it makes me angry, where she'll walk up to me and say, we need to speak about something, and it's like, oh, someone got, broken up with. And I'm like, you came up to me like someone fucking died. Like, those motherfuckers who they speak to you with this like sense of like grimness and urgency, like they want to really draw your attention in, and then it's something that's not that bad at all. That shit is super fucking irritating. It's usually the people who love to like start getting intensity out of people. Alright. They made it seem like this was going to be an optional quest, like we were going to get a text prompt like yes or no, but nah. Let me check something out real quick. Okay, we're back to one bar. I gotta check out the guide, because this is actually something where I could... Okay, let's see. Alright, let's go back to Crossbow. All things considered, I am hypercritical of this game for how it goes about doing an underdog story. And I'm hypercritical about how it essentially goes about some of the women characters. But we're getting to the part where the underdog story is kind of wrapping up, and we can get to some of the better stuff with a different type of story altogether, so I appreciate that.
No, I'm kind of glad this isn't the Vita version, because the Vita version has so many quests that would actually take a bit longer. Telegram has stopped. Fuck. I didn't even have Telegram activated, so what the fuck? Alright, let's see. Fishing stuff. Alright, we got that. So we got another rod, and that's gonna let us do some interesting things. Before anything else, I actually want to give a shot at this rod. I want to see what I can do with it. Banana, 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 banana. Alright, that shit is so... That shit is really good. Banana. At one point, I don't know if you guys realize this, but I used to be a drummer. I didn't know what I was doing as a drummer, but the reason I stopped being a drummer, I say it was because I sucked, but the reality was I had a crappy set. You know, a tom, a snare that I couldn't tune to my liking, a cymbal, no hi-hat, the bass drum was out of tune. And I didn't want to have all that noise when I prefer using the acoustic guitar. Like, I wanted to be the drummer of my rock band just because I wanted to make sure that there was a drummer. And that I was going to teach my guitarists how to, play that guitar. It didn't fucking work out. So I decided, you know what, my passion is guitar, I'm going to stick with guitar. Also, I didn't understand how, rock drumming worked. You need, like... I kept playing with the snare and the toms, as if the snare was the bass and the tom. No, like, as if the tom was the bass. The snare was the snare, but you need the kick. The kick is like the centerpiece, so I had to get a better foot pedal that I can maneuver more effectively. I do want to get back to drumming at some point, but like electronic drums to where I'm not causing noise pollution or space pollution. I can have it maybe in my room somewhere. And it'll make my guitar playing better since I am kind of a James Hetfield type guitarist. Not that I'm influenced by his work, but complex rhythm guitar.
Go to the fishing spot near. Okay, a lot of dudes doing they fishing. Alright, I had to save a little bit because I don't want to fuck this up. He even like fake sings like me. The do 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 thing. Alright, well. Not him. Oh, this guy. Alright, well, first things first, let me save again, because I'm paranoid about these things.
こなら釣れそうだな。それ。
Banana, 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 banana. Banana. By the way, I didn't think I was gonna do like a fishing quest, so my decision to put extra effort into fishing is just, you know, part of me just being fastidious about goofy things like the fishing mini games that I like, because I'm a JRPG player. Banana, 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 banana. Oh, that one felt different. Alright, well, I guess I'll load again, because that wasn't what I was looking for. Alright, well, do I have a catfish? I do, so for now, let me actually do something different. Let me take this rod out for a spin on this. Banana, 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 banana. Banana, 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 banana. You tried to elude me. Oh, I managed to catch a catfish that way. I managed to get another catfish doing a different thing than the guide, but I already had a catfish prior. Alright, well that's gonna come in handy at some point. I'll be sure to use that in a fitting time.
This guy just does not want to fucking work. Man. This dude's quiet quitting. That reminds me of that tweet someone said that people in her management think she's quiet quitting, but she's actually just trash at her job. It's weird. I was trash at my job because of my cognitive decline and stuff like that. Always having to like edit and shit like that. But I was actually like improving like crazy, just doing ridiculous numbers. And my writing and SEO game were just going nuts with it, which is what ended up helping me out with this current thing that I'm doing with the descriptions and stuff like that. Although I try to be a lot more neat with it than the SEO stuff that's like popular now, because that one you just gotta have like these crunchy ass titles, and I don't really like that. Alright. But that's the thing though, like, I have a different style than a lot of people I work with. I edit a lot. Instead of trying to write everything perfectly, which I'm going to miss some things, I go back and I edit 20 times over, 300 times over. A lot of people don't like that style of mine, because it applies to everything I do. Like, I'll grab something and look like I'm about to do something that's wrong, but I'm actually just like self-editing, visualizing, doing all that type of stuff, trying to like cut through the overstimulating imagery and in my head and stuff like that, trying to frame the task, and it ends up helping out and doing dividends, because these guys don't make as much mistakes as me, but in the end result they make a lot more mistakes than me because they don't edit anything. So I'll make like 500 mistakes when I'm doing something, but then when I edit it'll be like 2, and then they'll just do 20 because they'll like only edit once over. Really weird, but it happens a lot. With these things I don't have to edit a lot though, so that's kind of good. So good. And he says like a permutation of that. Because here it's like I don't really got to do much for this SEO game, just
I'm doing this for people who want to go back through all these streams and make the titles, number them so that there's a sequence. And I'll clarify if something is a side quest chapter or not. I should have like a special edit for this one, like which are the side quests streams and which ones have like main story. But my description usually puts that all into perspective anyway. Well, they were talking about that.
祭りの熱気にとにかく人手も多いだろうし、すぐに止めた方がこのままこう、そんじゃまガキどもをせ
Okay, what's up? Let's see recipe. So I gotta fix this one up. That one up. Yeah, there's only two that I gotta improve upon. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm almost done with the cooking shit. That's good to know. How about fishing? I've seen a lot of people compare Gary Owen to Bill Burr as comedians, and they say that Gary Owen is largely a panderer, which I think is kind of funny because they're both comedians that are white guys married to black women, but I guess Gary Owen is a lot more vocal about being down with the culture and shit like that, whereas Bill Burr tackles a lot of other things, so people are a lot more interested in him. But that just shows that comedians are the type of people where they rate the quality of the comedy based off of more so like the themes and the genres than, or subgenres of comedy, than anything else. Which just shows that it's a juvenile genre of entertainment still, or juvenile medium, because it's like 14-year-olds who decide whether an artist is good based off the genre of music that they produce. Oh, they produce emo music, or they produce new metal, then they suck. Instead of actually thinking, well, what about the actual quality of the music that they produce? Two, 2, 1.
雑誌で何度か見かけたこと。そりゃどうも。
一応ね、僕はテスタメンツの同じ。こっちはバイパーのバン
I
ドさ。
thought you said that Obelisk was the actual leader.
情報通りだね。見たところ喧嘩をしている。単なるお遊びさ。せっかくの記念祭だからね。どうせだったら普段と
So they decided to leave the fucking hood and go to the fucking harbor district. That'd be like me throwing down in South Ferry, which I've been to South Ferry last year.
それで勝ち抜きタイマンバトルをしようってことになった。
勝ち抜きタイマンバトル
They have no respect for their Goonie goons. They're like, okay, let's just have like a fucking one-on-one shit. Like a dog fight with your dogs, man. With your goons. It's like, I remember when AOKD was a babysitter, he used to have his kids, the kids he was babysitting, fight each other and see like who would win. It was the fucking worst. He would give them that grape drink and that fried chicken, and then when they get hyped up, have them fight up.
大将はわず最終的に負けた側が勝った側の記念祭。
なるほど、試合みたいな。それなら別に構わないか。って違う、試合をするのはともかく、こんなところでしちゃだ。ここは人通りも多いんだし、別の場所でやればいいじゃない。
Do that shit in the hood where the property value is already dwindling down anyway, and real estate investors would want to engage in that, so you're just helping gentrification. Just keep it that way.
女のしかし遊撃士だかなんだかしらわずに乗ってんじゃ。
調子にの、私は常識的なことを言って。
どうやら少しそこの黒髪の野郎と一緒に
They fought Ouroboros members. Chill.
まあ周りの目にはあまり大人げないことはしない方がいいと思う。
やっぱり
てめえらこのお肉だきのバルドバレス様が怖くねえのか。
やめときなよバルド、そのお姉さん。武術これだったら多分君より強いよ。
へえ、わかるんだ。
なんとなくそちらのお兄さんは実力的にはさらに上なのか。まだまだ修行中なんだけどね。
ロシアの方が上っていうの決めつけられると、それはそれで。
まあまあ、遊撃士の仕事は何も戦闘だけじゃないんだし。
こんな楽しみだあったら証明してみせろや。
エステル、
大丈夫。せい。
ほら、
バルドさんやった遊撃士
大丈夫。
悪かった。だがよ、さすがになめた。
エステル。やれやれ、君たちもちょっと調子に乗りすぎじゃない。ああ、そうみたいね。
That was something I got told when I was, first having issues in the hood by one of my friends, is that if you're gonna fight someone, take them down, because they're gonna keep coming up, otherwise wanting some more. So put the ass on the ground. He said that from experience, because he was dealing with somebody and that person just kept wanting more, so he like really put his ass on the ground.
だからといって謝るのもす。
わかるぜ。そういったやつを叩き直す。叩けや。
ちょっとよ、私は大丈夫。
待った。
ヨイド君たち。
話は聞かせてもらう。双方ともまずは落ち着いてくれ。
落ち着いてる。遊撃士噂には聞いてたが。
だから落ち着いてくれ。そもそもタイマン勝負にしても筋を通すにしても、ここまで盛り上がった以上、マジバルドは頭に血が上ってお互い勝負する。
私もなんだ。そっちがその気なら。
ちょっ
ああ、よしよ。ごめん。 さすがの君も
困ったらこのままだとすごい乱闘騒ぎに。
そんなにやり合いたいんならせっかくの祭りだったらスカッとする方法。スカッとする。ああ、
旧市街の地形を利用しなかなか楽しめす。
妨害や
スピード一通りが必要だろって
喧嘩にならない結局。まあその
まあいいんじゃ。それで仕方ないだろう。ここまで関わってはやれやれランディの提案。その代わり決着がついたら
誰が一
それとその
すごいねお姉さん。このタイミングで謝ったらレースの意味がないじゃんか。
でも試合形式にするって時点でお互い全力を尽くして頼む。
ああ、いい赤毛ルール。誰が赤毛だ。さっきも言ったようにレースの基本は追いかけっこだ。ワジバルドの旧市街チーム、エステルヨシュアのユニ、そしてロイド俺のこの3チームで旧市街を3周している。ただし各チームには毎週チェックポイントは通りの奥にある。こいつを3カ所ぶったたく。この地形を利用することで一方的にレース中は相手のボツがよほど先行していない限りそれを迎撃するもなんとか
よくできたルールじゃない。ちなみにトラップ
ありとしておこう。直接やり合うだけじゃなくて。
なるほど。
よっしゃ。
いやだいたいスタート順はどうするんですか。
ポイント数でいいだろう。ロイドバルドそれぞれ弾いて手の甲、表か裏か。
なるほど。
それじゃ
表
表よ。
よし、そんじゃあ
了解。
ロイド表か裏。
いいよ。
それじゃあ
俺は裏。2番手は
ごめん。
いい。今回のルールだったら
ああ、それじゃレース前に一度レースが
Yeah, Wazzy was probably
気
flirting.
づいてるかもしれんが。
まあね、ワジとバルドのチーム、一方エステルとヨシアのチーム。
そういう俺たちが勝つ可能性があるとすれば俺は後衛に回る。
いいけど足は
コンビの場合、早い方がフォローに回った方が連結。それに防御に関して言えばお前のトンファーはそう迎撃するにしてもかわすにしても的確な判断ができる。
どっちも手強そうだけど参加するんなら勝ちに行こう。
その意気だぜ。そうだ、せっかくだからコンビ。なーにおたぶっつけ踏んば。
I never really use combo crafts anyway.
それじゃあ号令を最初の空砲で5秒後の空砲でさらに5秒後タイムを。いいや
グレイサー。確かクロスベルタイムズも。
You know, hood shit gets clicks quickly, so when she found out some shit happened in the hood, she couldn't wait to get on her New York Post shit.
やっほーボーイズ&ガールズ。なんだか面白そうなことをやろうとしてるみたいじゃない。お姉さんも一枚かませなさいよね。
かませなさいって。
何をしやがるつもりだ。
答えはこれよ。 騒ぎになった気がいいじゃない喧嘩より何倍も楽しいわよ
やれやれ。そんじゃそろそろバルド。
それではドライツバイアインヌルさあレースの開始です第1組ワチ&バルダチーム素晴らしいスタートを切りました今第1チェックポイントを通過し第2チェックポイントへ向かいました第2組ロイド&ランディチームスタートしましたランディ選手軽快な走りロイド選手もなかなかの速さです今第1チェックポイントを通過第3組エステル&ヨシアチームスタートですチームワークは折り紙付き遊撃士としての実力は A クラス
Because they're fucking each other and they're siblings, so they get to fuck each other Pornhub style.
ワールド選手いきなり大技ださあロイドチームどうする
判断は任せた。
They fucking speed blitzed them.
ロイド&ランディ選手なかなかの度胸でドラム缶を回避
That's the way I like to dodge shit, but I don't have the speed to actually do it.
通過します
どうする？仕掛けよう。行くぜロイド。いつでもいいぞ。やっぜっと。やるね。悪いな。先に行くぜ。
さあ2周目です
So let's see what Josh was going to do.
繰り上げて第1チェックポイントを通過おーっとここでエステラ&ヨシア選手がとんでもないスピードで追い上げてきた
追いつかれるな。おいロイド。石灰か。
おっとなんだこの白い煙はひょっとしてエステルチームが仕掛けたトラップだったのかごめんね
お先に。追いかけるぞ。
来たわね
突破するよ。やっさせるか。
ナイスファイト
先に行くよ。チェックポイントを押さえてとっとと追いかけるぞ。よそ見現金だね。死ね
なんと追いついたワジ&バルド選手ロイドチームへの奇襲成功そして第3チェックポイントを抑えエステルチームの追撃に移ります
くそ。熱くこうなりゃとことんたまっ。
さあエステルチーム広場を通過して3周目に突入このまま独走を許せば彼女たちの勝利となりますがおっとやはりそうは問屋が下ろさないようです来たわね
まさか当たり。
I like how you use the battle transition Ludo narratively to like showcase shit.
やるじゃない
どっち
エッセル。バルド。
激しいデッドヒートを始めた両チームもうこれでこの2チームに勝利は絞られてしまうのでしょうか凄まじいパワーですランディ選手というかあの装置完全に壊れちゃってない
なんだワイヤートラップ。引っかかったな。
Are those Jaeger strategies or fucking officer strategies?
油断大敵だぜ
Did the wire get broken because of that?
激しいレースを最後に制したのはライド&ランディチームでした。
Okay, so I would have had to save Scum to figure that out, but
どっちが先なのかしら。まあいいや。とにかくみんな観客の皆さん惜しみない拍手を。
so I guess that's Randy amped by his killer instinct.
すごいレースでした。おめでとうございます。
全部ランディの作戦勝ちだよ。
Okay, so it's a Jaeger trap.
いやお前がいなけりゃ最後の仕掛けは成り立たねえささすがに飛ばしすぎたぜ
これだから男の子は単純というか、まあ女の子もそうだ、私冷たい飲み物買ってくるわね。あ、私も付き合います。東通りの屋台でいいですよね。ええ、そうね。二人ともちょっと待ってて。
ああそういえばなんで俺たちこんなことしたんだっけ。
どうだ正直聞いただろあんな風に切れちゃうってね自分でもよくわからないいつもヘラヘラ笑っている俺がそれともあんな風に切れちまうか
なんだその警備クロスビル出身じゃないことに
どこにいたか煉獄のように熱くネフのように寒いことだと
The demon realm and the underworld.
帰りつくような世界あらゆる命の輝きとクソのような俺が入り混じったよそれが俺の頂きなんてなそれっぽかったろ俺の過去なんざそんな大層なもんじゃねえさ今はただの夜遊びが大好きなクールでハンサムなナイスガイだそれ以上でも以下でも
俺が
え
ガイ・バニーです。捜査一課に所属していた捜査官。
Alright, well, let me scroll all the way up.
ありえないとは前向きで事故で両親を亡くした後に男手一つで俺を養ってくれた憧れてた人を取られても
I hate to.
嫉妬すら湧いてこないよとにかくすごい男だったよ
そっかお前も大変だなそんなすげえ兄貴の背中を追いかけてるって
まあね
Oh shit, my thing is dying like crazy. I didn't even realize it. I didn't notice a notification or anything, so... let me actually charge my phone. If anyone wants to tell me anything, kind of shit out of luck. I mean, I've been streaming for about 3 hours, so it kind of makes sense this is happening, but... It seems the next few chapters are going to have more elaborate ended inciting incidents, so this one was fast. I was able to do it in a day, but the next 3, probably not so much.
少し削除するとなんだってさ。ちょっと兄貴に似てる？もちろん顔とかは全然いつもこれとかエリやティオもそんなところがちょっと似てるんだ。おいおい、こっぱずかしいこと言うなよ。
I like the little heart to heart. It's, you know, getting to see like what these guys think about each other. Some people would say it's on the nose writing and we'd rather get it subtextually, but it's nice to see vulnerability every now and then. I mean, one of my favorite scenes that they added to the anime adaptation of Part 2 of Naruto Shippuden, is the exchange between Naruto and Sasuke.
顔が赤くなっちまうぞ。そういう照れ隠しもちょっとだからね。ランディのことは
Which I like. I like seeing characters being vulnerable, saying how they feel. Not all the time, because then you get to see them say like bullshit, but when it matters most. I like seeing characters being, I guess you could say, personal, human.
ちゃんと自分を分かっていて他人にも気を使えるところ。
The way you see people who take creative writing courses and never shut the fuck up about it speak about humanity, it's as if they think that humans are just these constantly guarded guys that protect everything and then leave everything down to like the id level. 95% of themselves. You know, psychologists, people who take like watch 1 or 2 psychology videos on YouTube and never shut up about it. They make it seem that way, but yes, we do say what we think about each other every now and then. If we actually give a shit about each other. Like, these guys obviously have known each other for a few months now. It's not exactly like enough for there to be like this bond that's unbreakable, but with the type of shit that they went through together, there's a sense of camaraderie and they have good impressions of each other. That's why Lloyd got to see another side of Randy he might not have known about. Randy got to see a side of Lloyd he might not have known about, and they're still kind of getting to know each other. Not just the idea of what this other person is, but something deeper within. And that's something I think that the Trail series is really good at. Taking these characters that are tropey and kind of turning it on its head, which is really, with trope-based writing, the Persona series is great for it. Persona series is better at it than the Trail series, but the Trail series is also not so bad. This is good. We get to see this part of Randy, and we're going to probably see some of the other darker, less idyllic sides to him later on. I say it like I haven't seen how this story plays off, but these are things that I would have seen in an LP and not really appreciated because I wasn't playing through as Randy. I wasn't really getting those quieter moments where you're playing a game and grinding with a character or cooking with the motherfucker and doing all this other stuff, where those little things kind of build an attachment to them. Of course, I have some attachments to Randy because of Cold Steel 3 and 4 as well that I've played, but he's not so active in those. Like, he's there, he's a teacher, he's Reen's kind of homie, and he reminds Reen of Crow, who is his older brother figure in a way. So I guess Randy's just a natural big bro, but you do get to experience him in some gameplay situations, just tying up his story stuff with characters such as Shirley and when he's with the SSS crew, but this right here is Heat. I actually have 2 consecutive ones. I have to turn this off though. So this is a lot of dialogue. You walk in on some fruity stuff. That's the thing women get annoyed with. Like when we're with our homies, sometimes this like weird shit comes through and they don't know what to make of it. Evidently you were, because you're out here doing like foreplay and shit. Because now you want to fuck Lloyd with the strappy. Boys love. This guy is such a fucking dork. He just leans into the gay. He leans into it, man. The whole hood came through to see this shit. A gambit. So we're at a level now where we can actually say that we're equals to Randy and Wazzy. Well, base Wazzy probably. They keep making it obvious that he has a non-base form. Yo! They're so dorky. I mean, Randy also has a darkness. He would be a decent Ouroboros candidate, all things considered.
そろそろ帰ろう。
I guess everyone who has like a dark id kind of like rage amp form or killer amp form or non-suppressed form is an Ouroboros candidate. I mean, they all have the same fucking backstory, pretty much.
そういえばよしや例の話。
ああ、そうだね。せっかくだから聞いてみようか。例の話なんだ。
シュバルツオークション。シュバルツオークション。どうやらこのクロスベルの何でも毎年で、ここが肝心なんだけど盗品ばかり扱っ盗品？
本当なのか。いや、あくまで途方もない価値のついた表に出せでもその様子だな。
警察のデータベースでも。
シュバルツオークション。
そっか、やっぱりただの噂。
そう、ナイアルさんの情報ソースだから確かだとは思うんだけど。
That's what I hated about his line delivery. He had a long pause before he delivered, which makes sense. Like, he was thinking about it, and, like, you know, it makes sense. But that's what he had in his head. Like, oh yeah, you know, that is a point. Seems to be the case. But that hesitance made me skip through because this is a Japanese game, and it doesn't hit the same side of my brain hearing all this shit.
ごめんね、変なことを聞いちゃって。今日は
And I know there's gonna be a fuck ton of text afterwards, so that's gonna have me a little restless.
今度は同じ事件かな。
それじゃあ僕たちは皆さんお疲れ様で。
Like, I would have had this some walking and things of that nature. Maybe running into them afterwards, bit by bit, but this is extensive, like, sunset filter scene. It is a bit on the tiring end.
やれやれ。昨日はマジで疲れたぜ。
A standard Western breakfast, bacon and eggs, and a big ass salad in the middle.
こんなのがあと3日。
昨日の件はああいうレースを提案したのはランディさん自身ですし。
Well, I understand. I gotta eat a lot more salads now because the fiber actually does help you with your gut motility. Otherwise, like, eating a bunch of animal fats and proteins is gonna get you constipated, which
今になって後悔してるっつうの。
eating nothing but plants is gonna do the opposite in the spectrum, where you're gonna be like getting the bubble guts and stuff like that. So getting the balance is actually pretty important.
年だし、若いのに混じってやんちゃするもんじゃん。
まだ20歳かそこらで何を言ってる。ロイドどうしたんですか。
なあ、昨日エステルたちが言ってた。
シュバルツオークション。
でもただの噂の可能性も。
ああ、そうなんだけどさ、クロスベルの状況を考えるとあながち噂だけの話。
確かにマフィア。
何があっても不思議。実は
気になる。
それは私が以前各国に留学していたのはその時知り合った傷。毎年クロスベルのある場所で
秘密の。
いかがわしい日々。
どうやら各国の貴族や実業家。その時はただの噂。ちょっと気になると思わぬ。
確かにシュバルツオークションって可能性はあると。そうなると課長あたりは何か知ってそうだけど。
This is the thing I like about Zero the most, the conspiracy subplot. The conspiracy subplot is really good, and that should have been what was leaned into as opposed to going so hard and contrived on the underdog story.
課長は今日は本部の方に行ってますね。何でも。
そうだったな。
Especially because these people really care about their towns and stuff of that nature. And the underdog subplot should serve largely as a secondary to that, to be like, yo, we're looked down on because we're held to a standard where we need, in order to be considered a successful organization, to be able to handle a situation like this.
しかしもし本当だったとしても。
And they don't think we can.
どうしようもなく。
So let's prove them wrong and shit.
どう考えても 議員どもの指示で警察本部に黙認。
そうなんだよ
Especially because what we do, getting involved with the political thing, is something that the Bracers can't really do. Whenever Estelle and Joshua had to deal with the political shit in the first chapter, it was always something where they had to do it under italics. It was to protect the people, that they had to force their hands to get involved, more so than anything else.
気持ちはわかるわ。一応記念祭の間は何か情報があるかもしれないし。
そうだなよしさっさと食べて今日も支援要請を片付けるか
That's why a lot of these newer games, they have you essentially be something that's kind of like a bracer, where you're doing community work and protecting the civilians, but at the same time you can get involved with the politics because you don't have those guild rules in play. Alright, so
それではわわ大変でしたね。では
okay, so Main's mine. Another stalker for Ilya, but I guess a less serious one. Who gave this request? Yvonne this time, so it wasn't what's her face. Who's the girl? Risha. Okay, 2 kill monster quests. Okay, I'm gonna burn through all of this. But I'm gonna have to talk to a lot of people, and this one does actually have an inciting incident, a proper one, that takes time. Really free like kill motherfucker quest. And this one's just an extension of the one before. I'm actually curious, how many hidden side quests are in this chapter in general? It seems that it's a lot more lax with it than chapter 2, at least in this portion. Well, that'll do it. Next time I'll be streaming this will be on Monday. This has been your boy, Mr. Wonka7. Thank you guys for watching, and Aksaya Meikte.